So welcome back everyone. In the previous lecture we learned about the functions will help us organize and reuse our code. Today we are going to learn another extremely topic in Python that are list. So this is our lecture 8 here, and in this today's lecture we are learning about list here. So in the previous lecture we learned about the functions which that functions and we learned about that function help us to organize the data, organize code, but in the list, which is the list, it is used to organize data here. If we have a large amount of data, we use list here. Okay, you can almost every real application store collection of data. That's where list become one of the most useful data types in Python. So, firstly, you think why do we need list? Okay, so like if I made the new file here, named as earth 8.py and I open it in a terminal. So, like if I make a variable name students here and assign value here Rahul, then um, if I write here print student, not student, because I, okay. So you can see Rahul is printed here. Okay, no problem here. Okay, but now suppose you have three students. So what you can do, like you can simply copy this, paste this. Okay, no problem here. And you can write here different names like 1, 2, and here 3. And you can also print. Okay. Now you can write here 1, 2, and here 3. So that's how you can print like values of the student. If I run this, you can see that output is here. All three are printed here, or three values are printed here. But what if I told you to store the values of 50 students, 5,000 students, 500 students, then what? So you can't do this like by this method involve the large number of students. So that's why we need list so we can store the large number of data here. Okay. So you can say it is used to make a collection of the data here. You can see the list. Okay. So in Python, we can store multiple values inside a single variable. That single variable is called list. Like if I ask you, if you try a variable name var1 and you try multiple values like student, that anything like Python and like any like course. Okay, so you can't store it like this, no. It will give if I print this, what will the answer is? You can say it is like this. It is made a set here. It is not a like we will talk about this later. But we have tuple here, but it is not like you can say list here, okay? It is not list here. So we can't use the two variables in one like the standard way, like we have done this here. Okay. If I remove this comma, then what? Then you can say it is stored like a one full string, not two different words. Okay. So now I will we can write here the definition of the list here. Like it allows us to store multiple values. For the basic, I am giving you this definition inside single variable. Okay, so let's try to make our first list. Okay, so like this, storing the student name like this, we can simply made up a variable named as students, and you have to like write here uh, this brackets. Okay, then after that you can write here values like Rahul, then Rohan, and any new name you can say Aman. Okay, so now we are successful create a one list. So you can print that list also. Okay, so for printing, what was simply you can print statement and write here students. Now when you try to print this, you can see all our values are printed. You can say previously if I try to store here like only, whereas you can say there are parentheses, not curly bracket, not these brackets, works of the bracket. You can say that here are only if I write here Rahul here and Rohan here. You can say if I write this one, so you can see it will give that this way. So these are different thing than list. This is not list here. Okay. So let this remove this and right here. So here we have made our first list and we have also print that list also. Now we can also paste it here as our first list example. Okay. So basically, what is list? So for the simple derivation, a list is an so it is a like main definition here. So you can write here. I have just written it for the like basic rough definition here, so you can understand. So it is an ordered collection of stored items. Okay. So what is the meaning of ordered here? Here Here, ordered means that the items keep their position. They remember their position. Like if I write here Rahul at the first place and Rohan at the second place, they will remain at their own place. Okay, they will not their change place. So that's why we call it ordered collection. Okay. Then for the collection, what you can say that collection is a, like a group of many values. You can say. Okay. So these are the group of three values. So that's why we call it a collection here. Basic, you can I think you know. Okay. So for the real life analogy, you can say like imagine a bookshelf, and you can say like name a bookshelf or name like any name, bookshelf one, and inside it you put three books like Python book, Java book, C++ book, SQL book. Okay. Similarly, it is our list. If we made our list like this here, bookshelf one, and we put here are all books like Python, Java, like this. Okay. So it is basically uh, list. It is a type of a bookshelf that you can like store collection of order data. Okay, it's like analogy you can see. Now for the like syntax part, I have already told you the how to make the list, but then also I will write here once again. Like I write made this same. I take this only. Okay, just copy this. and paste this here. So in this list, what you can see here, they are first this variable. So what is this? So it is a variable name. Okay, you already know. Okay, then here it is our assignment operator. We store these values to that are assigned in this student's variable because of this assignment variable. Okay, and here are like our next that are these square brackets. So these square bracket indicate that it is a list. Okay, so all these are the systems objects you like. I don't need to like write in detail. You already know you have made many variables. Okay, for the one property of stale is list, we can say that list can store multiple types of data types. Okay, list can store multiple types of data types. Like here, for example, if I come here and make here like mm, info information named variable and write here the when started a list, then I can write here name also Rahul and or not name, I can write anything like Python. Then I can write like the three here also. Then I can write here two also, and I can also write a float with like 4.5 also. Okay. So let's support all types of data types. If I try to print here, it will be print without any. So you can say it is successfully printed here. Okay. So that's how our list work here. Okay. So let's just clear this. Okay. So now we can like make the list of different data or same data type also. It is not necessary. You can always need to make it of different data types. Okay. Now, why are list better than multiple variable? So as I already told you, without list you have to make the like three students variable student one, student three, and student four, student one to three. Then you have to like assign these values particular like one time to one variable, second time to another variable. Okay. But by using list, we can simply write the students and write the all values here. Okay. So by that we write less code, easier we have easier to manage our data, easy to manage our data, and it can work well with loops also. Okay. So for the real world applications, you can say that lists are everywhere. School management system, student names, shopping app. Where is the data collection is there? The collection of data is there. There are lists. Okay. Then you can say everywhere. Wherever the software needs to store multiple related values, lists are often used here. So let's do a like mini practice activity. Okay. So here are many practice activity is our list. Like our first task is here. Your first task is here to create a list containing. I'm not doing this task to you so that you get familiar with the sequence of the list. Okay. Containing three colors. So first try with yourself, then come to the video for the answer. Okay. So here you can make here the list one, and you can write here, right here, the three values of color light. You can say red and blue and any color you can say yellow. Okay. Then you can print these colors. You can write print and right here, list one. Okay, or you can make your colors also because we have, which is like a best practice to like make the naming style as per the content inside that. Okay, so if I try to print that, you can say our answer is there: red, blue, yellow. No problem here. Okay, I think you already tried to make it. So our task two here is, here is, you have to here also have to create a list, but it should contain five numbers. Containing five numbers. Okay. So let's just try to make this very easy. I will write here numbers and I will make here like 34, 56, 45, 32. Again, we can use same data also. Then I will, what I will do, I will try to print this and write here number. Okay. And here I can print this and you can see our list is printed here. No problem, very easy. Okay. Then you have to create a list. Create a list containing your name, age, and city. Okay. So I will make here a name like the name of the list would be person one, and I will write here the name, like you can say any name. You can say Andrew or John Doe. Okay. Then for the age, you can take any age. I'm taking 20 here. And for the city, you can take any city like New York. Okay. So here all three, yeah, there are of different data types. Okay. Now when I try to run this and say, oh, we have not printed here. So just print and write here person one. Okay. You can say here, just write this. Okay. So very like easy task is given to you. Just make the list and print the list here. So by now, I think you are like gotten the familiar with the syntax of the list here. So now let's just come to the common beginner mistakes people do while making list here. Okay. So mistake one here is like using parenthesis instead of parenthesis is like that. These instead of square brackets. Okay. For example, um, you use like a parenthesis here. Like if I write here number and write here 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4. However, it is not giving any error. If I try to print this also, it will give the print also. You can say there is a printing 1, 2, 3, 4. But if I try to write here, I have told you one function already, it is the type of function. If I write here print, then type of number, then you can see here what will it will do, not type of, it is type function. Here you can say it is saying tuple here because it is a tuple here. Similarly, when we are making like this here, so it is also I think a tuple. It is also. So if I write this here and write here print and type and where okay. So then if I write this, you can say it is also giving. Oh, it is a type of class string. Oh, we have not put in the comma here. So now if we just enter this, you can say it is showing class is equal to tuple. So if I try to like initialize many variables in one variable with like square bracket, then it will be tuple here. Okay. So let's just so these are the like common mistakes people do here. We will also learn what are the basic difference between list and tuple. Okay. I just comment this here and come to our mistake two here. So our mistake two here is forgetting commas. Okay, if you try to make list here, like same thing, I write here, and I forgot to write commas here. Okay, today it's saying it is giving error like pending for not close. If I try to run this, you can say okay, you can say that invite syntax. Okay, this is intended to be a part of string. Like it is assuming that it is a full one string also. Like if I remove this comma here, you can say it will not give any error here. If I write 20, then it will not give. So it is assuming the interpreter that it is a one full string. Okay, if I write here, you can say that it is not giving the answer here. Okay, let us read this. So now come to our mistake free here. That is, people think that list can only store one type of data. Okay, so it is also wrong here. Okay, so if I ask you a question here, like what is a list in Python? So if you are going to answer that to someone, then you will say here, a list is an ordered, I already told you what is ordered, mutable collection of multiple items stored inside a single variable. So what is mutable here? So there are two words actually, mutable and non-mutable. So mutable means that can be changed. We can change the values inside the list, and immutable that cannot be changed because you can say the list strings are immutable. We can't change the string. We can like only update that, but we can't change the string. Okay. So let's take a quick recap about the list as we it's a new type of data type. So you may get confused for the in the first slide. So what is our list? It is an ordered collection of stored items. Okay. Here we have make a list here and try to print that. Here I talked to you about the syntax of the list here. Okay, like what is this variable? It is square brackets. Okay, then we are also told the list can store multiple data types. Here we talk about the we have like I've given you some of the three tasks here. You have to make that. Okay, then we have like discuss some of the mistakes here. Okay. So now you know why lists are needed, how to solve problem of storing multiple values. Here is an interesting question. Can a list be empty? Can it contain only numbers and can it contain other list? Okay. So now we try to like make this will it is true or not. Okay. So let's try to make an empty list here. Okay. By the empty list we means we just write here students and just make an empty bracket here. So will it give error? We just write here print and right here students. Okay, if I not do that and try to print this, we say it is just printing only the curly bracket, not empty here. Okay, so it is like possible to make an empty list also in Python. So we can write here creating a empty list. Okay. So what is syntax over here? We can write here students and equal to this. Okay. So by this you can make an empty list here. Okay. Now the question arises here: why would anyone create an empty list? If he doesn't want to store any data here, why would he even create create an empty list? Because we can add data later here. No, we can add data later here. We are just making the empty list here. We can add this data later here. Okay. Like for you can say your card section, add to card. So there are empty for the first time. But when you try to put the values in it, then it becomes with the full you can say. Okay. So I think I know another method of making empty list. Let's just try that also. But however, this is a method also here also. Like if I take a list and I write here list, I'm just trying, okay, and like this. If I try to print list one here, so you can say that it will also make an empty list here. So already know we can write here like int and something also. So it will work like that. If I write here str, will it give error here? Let's try. See, it is just printed the empty string here. What if I write here int? Then it will give error. I think it will give zero here because it is like a null value. So here null is treated as false and false is treated as zero in integer. Okay, so that's why it is saying this. So you can say it is a bonus thing you can remember here. Okay. So now we are creating a list uh, of only numbers. Creating a list of only numbers. Okay. So it is very easy. You can write here numbers and one, two, or any three also, four also, five also, two also, six also. Okay. So when I try to print this, print numbers. Okay. Then what will happen here? If I try to print this, you can say that numbers are printed here. Okay. No problem. Now let's try to make a list of just copy this of strings also, only strings. Creating a list of strings. So here we can take here any list, like I have taken a fruits here and I can write here apple, banana. Okay. And like this. Okay. And I get print at least. Okay. So like that you can do this also. You can see our answer is coming here. Okay. So let's just comma list here also. So it is a keep as a record for the revision. So now we will try to make a nested list. Nested means like we have studied the nested if statement. So what we do there, like we create like a if statement inside another if statement. So like that here also we will try to make a nested if here, nested list. Okay. So how we make that simply very easy. We can write here anything we can write here like marks and you can write here like you will who have to make that one curly braces and after that you have to make another curly braces and write here any number like 87, 90, 70. Okay, then here you can make another list here like any 95, 48, 32 like this also. Okay, so if I try to print this uh print here marks, we get print. Okay, 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 one second. Okay, just put the wrong. So like that you can print this also. Okay, no, it is like it is basically used that when you are trying to make matrices here, like if I write here matrix. I think you have already made the matrix in your higher classes. So if I write here the first list that would be 1, 2, 3. Then I put comma and write here another list 2, 3, 4, and at another list I will write here 5, 6, and 7. Okay. So because of this nested list, we can make a matrix here, and matrix is made so that you can perform specific calculation for that. Okay, so you can say it is a use case here. However, we can also perform multiple operation on these matrix. We will study that later if required. Okay, I can also print that if I write here print. Okay, then if I write here, you can say our matrix is printed here. Okay, it is like not a big task here. Very easy, just making one list inside another list. Okay, let's just okay, then this here. So I have also like let's take like new method of creating list here. I have already told you, but let's see one way here also. Like here, what I can do here, if like right here, if I try to write here, first clear this. Then if I try to write here any like courses, and here I write Python, Java, and CPP. Then if I print courses here, you can see that it will be get printed here. No problem here. We can also make like this with another method also. We can write here courses and we can write here list as I already told you. Then here we can write Python. So this is not only the way you can make empty list, you can also make a normal list here. Java, yeah, CPC. Now I will try to print here what course is. Okay, you can say that. Okay, so the difference between that this and that here, right? You can take only one data type here, one item here. Okay, okay, and it will just split it into single items. Okay, so here every character makes one element here. Okay, so that is the use case here. I forgot, got confused in that one. So you should learn here. These are the like use of this. It disangles this within this here, like single item. Okay, that means I can't write here anything. Like if there is no argument, if nothing is given here, then you can it will make it a empty list. Okay, so that is the main function of this list. Okay, let's just copy this. So there is no use of making this. Also, you can directly use that also different ways. Okay, so now we have made different types of list like empty list, numbers list, string list, nested list, and this method of creating list. Okay, so now talk about now we talk about some of the mistakes people do here. Okay, so while getting these the list like nested list or something, what people often forget to place comma here. You just simply write the list here. Don't forget to give commas here. So it is wrong. Like if I comment this and here I write matrix and here I made two by three matrix and I write here just one comma two comma three and I don't put comma here and just write here four comma five comma six. So when will I run that? You can say it will give error here. Okay. So that's why you shouldn't use this. Okay. It is a mistake here. Now people often do another mistakes here. Like people write this list with curly braces, curly brackets. So it is also you can say a mistake one. You can say. So if I try to make a list, like if I just take this list only and try to print this and I just remove these brackets and pass here these curly brackets. Okay. So you can say there is not giving any error here. If I try to print courses here, okay, then I clear this and if I try to run this, you can say it will update, it will print here like no error. But if I try to write here the data type of this, then you can say here it will give class set. So we have just made set here. It is not a list here. We will also discuss it in our later videos like what is set, what is the use case of set here. Okay. So you should remember not to made like this also. Okay. So let's come to our like, mini practice activity here. Hello. So for the mini practice activity, our first task is to create a empty list here. Okay, and like you know how to create. I already told you. Just a task here for it. I show you certain understand. So I will take here and list name item and just provide a square brackets here, and I will print items. So you can say okay. Here we have provide. Okay. Now if I run this, you can see or I'll the empty list here. Okay. So our next question here is, or task will say, I'm just giving you the task here so that you can get familiar with this list here. Okay. Like create a list containing 5 cities. Okay. So easily no problem. We write here cities. We can write here Mumbai, then Kolkata, Bengaluru. Any city you can write here. Then I can print these cities. Okay. See, all it is printed. Very easy. If you have understood the concept, you know, like hard thing is here. Okay. Now for our task 3, we have to make a list here of the like the first value of this should be student name, any student name. Okay. Then age, then height, then uh, marks we say or merit status we can say that. Okay. So we have to like this. So we will make here the student one and right here his name, any name you can say that. Like, you say Aditya here, and here you can provide the age, something between 22 age you provide, and then you can provide the height here. If you in the centimeter, we say you can write here 176 centimeter, and the marriage status you can say that marriage status you can say that true, or you can write here false also because it is very less common. Okay, then I can print this student one here. You can say it has been printed, no problem here. Okay, so your next task is to convert the programming word into a list of letters. Okay, converting a string into list of letters. Okay, so let's just do this and write here word programming, like str1, and let him programming. Oh, put here. Okay, and I will write here list one is equal to list, which is our, you can say, a function, you can say, and then I will write str1. Okay, after that I will write print here, and firstly I will print here the str here, str str1, and then I will write here into uh, list one. Okay, so if I try to print this, you can say that programming is equal to PROGRAMMING. Okay, so by that you can disintegrate a string into a list. Okay, so let's talk about some of the real world applications of this list here. So list types of list, like different types of list can be used in different situations here. Firstly, the empty list, shopping cart, number list, student marks, string list, and product names. So anything can be used, like if a data, it can be used inside the list also. Okay, so no problem. So if I ask you a question like what are different ways of list creating a list here, so you can say that firstly we can create empty list, then we can create a list with values, we can create a mixed list also with containing values, different types of data types, and we can also use the list function that is a constructor here. Okay, so let's just take a quick recap what we have learned like in this section of the list. So so here we have talked about how to create an empty list here. Then we have talked about creating a numbers, creating the number strings, list of strings. Then creating a nested list, and I have also talked about new method of creating list, the constructor method, list constructor method. Okay. Then we talked about some of the mistakes here people do. Okay, and I have given you a three tasks also here. Now we have learned how to create list in many different ways, but once a list contains multiple elements, an important question comes up. What is that question? So, how we can access a particular item in a list? Okay. Suppose a list had 100 names and we get only one where we get to like, if I try to just print the full list, it will print the full list only. But if I want to get the list, like the second position name, so in the next session, we will learn how to access the names of a particular position. Okay. So till now, we learned how to create list. By creating list is the only first step. The next question is how to access that. So we are learning that only. I will later accessing elements in the list. Okay. So before that, firstly we talk about what is the index here because it is required in the list. Okay. So what is the index here? So in the list here, if I write here, or you can say for the definition firstly I tell, so it is a number. Simply it is a number here. Number that tells a superposition of an element inside a list. Then if I take one list, so now we take a list here so I can demonstrate the you can say if I take a list like this and I write here like I write here orange, then apple, then banana, and then mango. Okay. So here if we talk about the index, so what you can think the index of orange would be. So as we already know, it you can I wrote right here. It starts from zero at left side and minus one from right side. We will also understand that. Okay, like if I try to write here the from the left side is left side now, so we will try to write here the index. So it will start from zero here. If I write here of this, then what would be the so here it would be zero here. Okay, for this it would be one here. For this it would be two here. For this it would be three here. Okay. Or if I start from this side, okay. What what if I take from the right side here? So here it would be minus one here. Here it would be minus two here. Here it would be minus three here. And here it would be minus four here. Okay. So that's how we do indexing from the right side. We do this from left to right, and from right to left we do like this. Okay. Let's just separate this from oh, I think we should not separate that otherwise. Okay, separate that also. And for this, I write it. Okay, not perfect. If we start from left to right, it is 0, 1, 2, 3. From right to left, it is 1, 2, 3. Same with the string also. For the both side of string also, if I try to add string, so here the S would be one index, zero index, and T would be one index, R would be two index, like this. Okay. So no need to repeat for the string also. If you got a problem, we'll discuss later also. Okay. Now we are talking about the list here. So Let's try to access the different elements of these list here. So what will you do here? I just make this list only here, same list, and try to copy this here, and here I will write fruits. Okay. Now what will I do here? I will firstly try to print fruits. As you can see, it is so if I try to print fruit here, I'll just print this, and you can say our this is printed here, list is printed here. Now we will try to print the elements of this. Okay. So as I already know, I told you this is the orange, it is zero index. Okay. So we will try to print both index at the same time. Okay. So I will write here print, and what will I do here? I will firstly write the name of the list, which is fruits, and then I will put the square brackets here and write like of which index I want to print here. So if I want to print here the zero index, so what will your answer here then? You can see the answer is orange here. Okay, here is orange, here is orange. You now understand that at the zero index it is orange. We start from the zero. Okay, but what if I take here fruits and write here -4 here? Okay, so if I write here and I run this, this is a orange, orange. Okay, so the -4 and 0 act as the same way. It's just different towers using the same element. Here it -4 0. So you should like remember this. Okay, like the use of this that like if I write here, I don't know like what's the length of the list. Also, you can find that also by writing this. If I write a fruits and here I write length function, then I can find the length of the list also, which is 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I don't know the length of the list, if so, if I and the task was given to me that I have to print the last element, so I can just simply write -1 here, and when I will remove this also here, then you can say giving orange and mango first and the last element. Okay, here I can print like that. What if I write to 0, 1, 2, 3? I have to print all elements from the left to side. I will write here print. It is a shortcut here to write multiple lines at once. If I write here, okay, and I write here print, and I write here. Here I have to write different things. Not same things. I will write here fruits. So here what the shortcut here is CTRL Alt, and then you will press the down uh, arrow key. So your cursor should go down. Okay, for up. Okay. Then I can write here 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Then if I run this, you will say all our items are printed here. Okay. So it's easy, not that hard. So but you should try it once time and you will get like how it is working here. Okay. Also, if I try to print like from the negative index, I will write here -1, not -1. I will write here -4. If I try to print reverse, then I will write here -1. Okay. So not just directly -1. I will write here firstly fruits, then -1. Okay. And else you can do the shortcut I told you, CTRL Alt and down arrow key. I will write here print, then fruits, then here I will write different keywords like -2, -3, and -4. Okay. When I run this, let's say the answer is a mango, banana, apple, orange. Reverse. Okay? In reverse. Okay? So that's how you all do this. Okay? Now, for the real life analogy, we can say that imagine the seats in a movie theater. Each seat has a number. Instead of saying please sit somewhere, you say please sit on the seat 12. Similarly, instead of saying give to me any fruit, you will ask of which index I should give you fruit. Okay? So, to make you comfortable with this, I will make another list named as marks and right here 85, 90, 78, and 88. So now my task is to like print the first and last marks. Okay. So wow, this is our listed and I have to print the first and the last marks. So I can do it with two ways. Either I can write print 0 for the first marks and print for 0, 1, 2, 3, and I can write 3 here. But I have to also write the marks here. Okay. Then same with here. Okay. Then if I run this, you can see it is giving 85 and 80, which is the first and last marks. Also, I can do it also. I can write here marks minus 4 and here I can write marks minus 1 here. Okay. Then you can say same output. Okay. So that's how you can do this. Okay. Very easy. No thing. Okay. Now let us try to access the elements inside a city list also. If I made a list here, cities, Mumbai, Delhi, and my task is to print the second city. I will write here print cities and I will write here not 2 here. I will write here 1 because our index start from 0. Okay. You will see the answer is there. Delhi is okay. So that's how you can do this. Now there is also an index here. If I write here, like you can see that in this, or I should make a new list here. Or firstly, you should talk about the theory like index error. So what is index error here? Like if it is a list like one, or we I should write the number here. Okay, 0, 1. So it will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So our index start from 0 now. So the first element index will be 0. Okay. So what if I try to print here the element at the index which the index doesn't exist? So if I write here print and write here number, write here index like 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, then you can write here 5 here. Okay. Then if I try to print this, what will happen? Let's just try to print this. Then if I run this, you can say index error, index out of range. This error will come here. So if this error comes, you can understand that you have written the wrong index here. Okay. Also, if I write here -5 also, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It can also come on 4 also, not -4, 4. Okay. So if I run this, let's say it is saying 4 here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But if I write here 5 here, then it will give error. Okay. You understand? Now if I write here -5, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So no problem will be there. Or 0 will become. What if I write -6 here then? Then you can say that the answer will be error because index out of range here. So this is the error here that you can like knew about it, so you can easily debug your code. Okay, so now let's just discuss about the common beginner mistakes in the indexing people do here. So mistake one here, like people think that the indexing index of first item is one, but it is totally wrong. It is zero. Then for the mistake two here, people like try to access the item of invalid index. Like if they write, like if I take a list here numbers and I store two variables 10 and 20. So there only can be two indexes, you can access 0 or 1 or -1 or -2. But if I write here print numbers and write here 2, then it will be wrong here. Okay. So these are the mistake now for the next mistake. The second one, our next mistake is like confusing number with a value. Like if I take this same list here, and but people often confuse that they write print numbers and inside a square bracket they write 20 instead of 1. Okay, so people confused with the value here, that you do not have to put the value here, you have to put here the name index here. Okay, so this is totally wrong here. Okay, here also it is wrong here. Okay, so let's do a mini practice activity here. Task number one here, like you have to make a list of colors and access second color. Let's just make this clear this. Make the like list of colors in the right here. Red, green, and blue. So what is the second color here? It is green. So I will write here print color, and if I put second here, it will be wrong here because the position is second, but the index will be here 1. Then if I try to enter this, then the answer will be green. Second is enter. Okay. Now for the So second task here, same, print the last color. So for that, what would you do here? You just put -1 here, or I should make another print statement. Okay, print then list name and then -1. Okay, so if I try to run this, let's say answer is blue last. Okay, so now for the next question, I will write the code here. Like I will write here languages like Python, Java, JavaScript, and CPP. So I'm writing here print, and I will write here languages, and you have to if I write here -4 here. So what would be the output here? Just think about it for 2 seconds. We start from -1 here, then -2 and 3, and so just think I'm going to run this. Answer will be Python here because -1, -2, -3, -4. Okay, till -4 from right to left. Okay, so let's come to the real world application of these indexing. So indexing used in everywhere like a music player, play the first song, then you will write here playlist 0. Okay, then shopping app for add to cart. I already told you. Okay, for the messaging app. Okay, a common question comes here: why does indexing start from 0? Why it can't start from 1? So simple answer is that in the Python language, it follows zero-based indexing because it matches how memory locations and offsets work internally. It also manages indexing as a more efficient and consistent across many programming languages. Okay, so let's just recap what we have learned in this indexing topic. So, so what is the index mean here? So index means it's a number that tells us the position of an element inside a list or any sequence. It doesn't mean like it should be list here. It could be any sequence. Okay. Then it starts from 0 at the left and -1 from the right side, as I already told you. Okay. Then I have told you about the index error. Okay. What is the index error? If you write the index which is not actually present, then it will give index error here. Okay. Index error, index out of it. Then I also told you how to access the first and the last most statement, last most element of a list by writing print list name, then square bracket 0. You can print the first most letter of a list, and by writing print number square bracket and -1, you can access the last most letter of a list. Okay. Then we have also discussed some of the common mistakes here that people often confuse number with a value, write the out of range index value. Okay. Then we have done two or two, three tasks also. Now we have like learned how to like any element of the list here, both positive and negative nesting. But in Python, Lists have another powerful feature that is, unlike strings, lists are mutable, which means we can change their content after creating them. In string, we can't do that. We can't change a particular letter in a string, but in list we can do that. Okay, so we will learn how to modify and update list. Okay, now hello, hello, hello. So till now we have learned how to access element from a list during indexing, but what way we want to change it? So that's why we will now understand how we can modify list. So we will let modify list. Okay. So as you already know that list are mutable means we can change the contents of it after the list is created. So before that, first let us understand what is mutable means. So mutable simply means that it if an object is mutable, then you can say a mutable object is one whose contents can be modified. Okay. So which means that when we create a list pattern allow us to change existing elements, add new elements, remove elements. Okay. So, so let's try a first example of it. Okay. Like if I try to make a list here, like I simply take the fruits example. I will write here apple, mango, and banana. Then if I try to print fruits, it will be successfully printed. Okay. Apple, mango, banana. But what if I want to update the content? One content inside it that would be apple. If I want to put an orange inside apple, so what would I do here? So I can directly write here orange, but it is not a good practice. Okay, it is very bad. Okay, so what will I do? I will simply write here fruits, and I will access its index that would be zero here, and I will assign it what I will assign it. I will assign it orange. Okay, so now when I will print fruit here, then the value is updated here. See, apple and here is orange. So by that you can update the values of a list. Okay, so I write here updating a element in a list. Okay, so I just put this here, and what will be the output here? Firstly, Let's just also copy that. So this would be the output for the output from first statement, then second statement. Okay. So what actually happened here? Firstly, this fruit index, which is I have in like axis is index, which is zero here. So the value of orange is assigned to its. Okay. This apple is now becomes orange here, and we have printed that. Simple is that. Okay. We can also update numbers here. If I try to make a list here with numbers, and I write here 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay. Then I write here print numbers. So you can say simply it will print that. Okay. Then I write here numbers minus 1 is equal to 10. Then I print numbers. Okay. So I clear that. And if I run this, you can say that it is updated. Here it is 10, 20, 30, 40, and here it is 10, 20, 30, 10, 10, 20, 30, 10, 10, 20, 30, 10. Okay. So we can also update numbers here also. Now we should try to update the boolean values also. All are doing the same thing. Okay. So for the boolean updates, let make a list name attendance, and here I should write here true, false, then true. Okay. What if I want to update the attendance of the second student because he's late here? So what I will do, I will write take this attendance. I will access the second position, second element of the attendance. I will write here one, and what I will write here, I will write here true. Then when I will print statement, print attendance, you can see that it is true, true, true. Okay. By that we can also update the boolean values also. We can also update multiple elements at the same time also. Like if I take here numbers and assign 10, comma 20, comma 30, comma 40, comma 50, and I want to update the last two methods to make it a list palindrome. Palindrome means it is read from the left to right is same and right to left is same. So if I write here numbers I, not I, numbers minus 1 is equal to numbers. I can also assign with the variables also. Okay, 0. And numbers. You understand now what is happening in there? Numbers 1. Okay. Okay. Now I try to print numbers. Okay. As you can see, our list has been changed here 10, 20, 30, 10, 30 from the first and last element. Okay? So by this method, we can also update the list here. Okay. Now for the real life analogy, we can take the attendance example only. Like imagine a classroom attendance register. There is Aman, Rahul, Sachin, and any two, three more students. Suppose Aman leaves the class and Rahul joins. So you don't know, we don't throw the away the register. We simply replace Aman with Rahul. List exactly works the same way. We are just updating the values here. Okay. So till now the list we updated has same type of data type. Now what if I want to update the list data of different data types? Like if I take the list as a student and I update here, like firstly I make here the list, not updating here. I like here any Rahul, and then I will write here 20 and right here Delhi. Okay. Now I want to update the, because you know age can't be updated. It can be updated, but for the instant we are not updating here. So we are updating its location. So what I'll do, I will access the last element, or you can say that second index element, and I will assign it the value as mobile. Okay. Then when I will try to print student and firstly I will write print here. No? Then student, and I will write here just print here, and I will. Where's the Rahul 24? It is the value has been changed here. So it doesn't matter where the list is of different data, it can change here. Okay. So as I already told you, the difference between the immutable and mutable, that as I have told you that strings are immutable. If I write here CPPP, you have write three CPP, but you want to like here, like you write here PPP, but you want to like CPPP, you have to change its first letter. Okay. So what you can't do that, like if you have initialized the letter for str1. Okay. So if you want to like change like this str1, and you want to change the first letter to C, so you can't do that in Python. It will give error here. Okay. Like if I copy this and print here and print the str1 also, str1. Okay. And clear this. So when I run this, you can say string object does not support item assignment. Okay. It can't support. Okay. So we can't do this here. So that's why the string we call strings are immutable. Okay, it is not possible here. Okay, so for the list, if I take this same list, so what can I do here? I can make it immutable list. If I take the list here and assign it here the values p, then here p, then here p, then we can definitely change that. I have just to write here list one. 0 equals to C, and it will work here. Okay, as you all know it will work here, I will just do this indentation error. Okay, clear this, and I just print here print list one. This is CPP here. We can also do this here. Let's try one experiment here. I take the str as mm, CPP, not just only PPP. And what I would do here, I just make a list here with the constructor list constructor and pass here str str1 here, and then if I print list here, okay, then you can see it is showing PPP, but it is in the list. So can I just write here str? I think it will not work. Let's experiment. You should experiment like this also. Okay, definitely will give error. It is not doing nothing. Okay, it just override the display. Okay, so we are not doing this. Okay. Firstly, also I have not updated also. So if I write here list 1 0 is equal to list is equal to firstly C here. Then if I print list here, print 1 here. Okay. So firstly I clear this and see it is updated here. Okay. But if I write here, so nothing happens. It is not done. Okay. I will tell you the another method how to convert list to string. Okay. Okay. So let's just try to update a value which is of the index is not accessible. Like if I try it here, numbers 0, comma 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4. If I try to update that numbers 0 is equal to 5. Okay, and right here print numbers. Sorry. If I write here 5 and right here 0. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 index is there now. So if I write this, you see error index out of range. Okay, that's why it is not possible here. Okay, so you should remember not to update like this also. Okay, so let's discuss some of the basic beginner mistakes people do here. So our mistake one here is using wrong index. I already give you many examples. Okay. Then our mistake two here is thinking the list is immutable, like strings. Then mistake three here is forgetting that index start at zero. Okay, so these three are the like basic mistakes people do. Okay, you have to understand that the indexing start at zero if are going to be from left to right. Do not think the list are immutable like the strings. Also, don't write the index which is not accessible like out of range index. Okay, so let's just do a mini practice activity. Okay, so firstly here, I have tasked is to make a list of colors, and in this list there should be three colors that are red, blue, and green, and I have to replace blue with yellow. Okay, let's just do in the collator only. So if I my task is here to like make a first list of colors and name like red, green, blue. My task is to like replace blue with yellow. So what I will firstly I will try to understand what is the index of blue. So there can be two index of blue like 0, 1, 2, or minus 1. So I will take minus 1 here and just update. I will firstly access it by minus 1 and then I will update it with yellow. Okay. Then I will print colors here. See, it's just updated here. Now for the second one, I'm just not writing here. Just write simply compatibility. For the second question, I have to make a marks list and update the last mark to 95. So I will make a marks list and get the values like 89, 76, 45, 57. So my task is to update the last value to 95. So we access last value by minus 1 and then I have to update it with 95. Then I will print uh, so now that's it. The value is updated here. Okay. So for our next question, I have to make a cities list including city name Delhi. We take then Delhi, or I should take Delhi here. Okay. So now I update the Delhi with Jaipur. So I will firstly understand where on which condition Delhi is. So Delhi is at or second position, but index is first. I will let here cities and then at the first index right here Jaipur. And I will print cities. Now I'm taking student list here and friend name is not like Ajay. And I'm writing here 78. So I'm writing here. So what happened that the student age is mistakenly written 78, so I have to update it with 20. So I will whatever I will write it student. It is at first index I will write first and update it with 20. Then I will print student here. Okay. So it is printed to 20. Okay. So let's now discuss about some of the real world applications of the list here. So these are used like updation of list are used everywhere. Whether you are making a shopping app, you have to update the product quantity. Banking app, you have to update the account balance. Student portal update marks like that. Game development update player score. Hospital software update patient details. Food delivery app update order of status. Okay. So these are used everywhere. So now I ask you a question: are Python list mutable or immutable? So as you already know, Python is immutable, meaning the elements can be changed or updated after the list is created. Okay. So let's take a quick recap of this topic also. So here we are talking about a modifying list. So here we talked about what the mutable topic is. What is the meaning of mutable? The mutable is the object whose contents can be modified. Okay. So then we learn how to update the listing element. Okay. We write here fruits. Okay. And I just print fruits without updation. Then the output will be there. Then I access with first elements that would be apple and replace with orange. Then print fruits. Then the apple is replaced with orange. Okay. Then we have also learned how to update strings, numbers, and mixed lists also. Okay. Then I understand you the what the difference between mutable and immutable. With the example also that strings are immutable. Like if I take string one and if it is first letter and update to then it will not happen. We have to do it by list only. Okay. Then I have also told about the index error during the updates also. Okay. Like index out of range. Okay. Then I have also talked about some of the beginner mistakes like using wrong index, thinking the list is immutable, like string, forgetting that the index is started zero. Then we have done a mini practice activity here. Okay, that is this. I think from here I have started these four mini activities we have done here so that you can understand your strengthen your topic or list. Okay, so till now you know how to update existing environment, but what if you don't just want to change an element? What you want to completely add new items? Like step 4 items, we need to add 5, 6, 7, 8 items. So what we can do here? So we will. So till now we learned how to modify existing elements in a list. But what if we want to add something completely new? Think about these examples. Customer adds another product to their shopping cart. A teacher enters a new student marks. So here they are adding a new data in the database. Okay. So Python provides several methods for adding elements to a list. Today here we learn the three most commonly used methods that are your append, your extend, or first I said insert, and extend. So these are the basically methods by which you can like add new things in the list. Okay. So for the very first, we come to the our append method. Okay. So what exactly this method does is that it basically adds one element at the end of the list. Okay. Like at the last index, it adds the one element. Okay. So the syntax here for this is you will write here the name of the list, like list name, then dot, you will write append, and here you will curly braces you will write the element you want to append. Okay. So let's just do the examples here so that you can understand this practically. So let's take a list, like I'm taking the fruits one only, and I'm writing here apple, banana, mango. But what if I want to add one fruit name that is orange into this list? So what I will do, I will first write the name of the list that is fruits. I will write here fruits. Then dot. I will here you can see different types of methods came. Here we are learning for adding append, extend, and insert. So I will write here append, and I will write here orange. Okay. Further, I will print the list that is fruits. Here I will print the list without modification. Fruits. So let's just run this. You see here the list which I have previously printed here is had uh, no new element that is orange, but here I have added an element that is orange. Okay. So like that you can also add different types of elements. Okay. So I just comment this. Now let's take the another example for the numbers also. If I make a list of numbers and 10, comma 20, 30, then here I write print numbers. After that I will write a number dot when and I will write here 40. Okay. After that I will print this. Now I will print this and you can see that firstly it is 10, 20, 30, and after we add here it is 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay. So for the real life analogy, you can say that imagine you are at a queue you are in a queue at the station or you can say the ticket counter. So as you already know, every person joins at the end. No one step in between. Okay, like the according to the rule. So that's exactly how pen work. It just insert or add a new element at the end of the list. Okay. So now let's come to our method number two, which is our insert. So what does insert do is that It also like adds the element, but at a specific position. Like sometimes we don't want to add a number at the end only. We want to add it at a specific address position. So that's why you insert it at the number at a specific position. Position. For the syntax, it is like same. Just you will write here the list name, and after that you will write insert. After that you will write here the index, on which index you have to add, and here you will write the value. Okay, so let's just also practice this method. So here I am taking this fruits example only. Okay, so here I want to add mango or orange, but I want to add orange neither at the end. I want to end it at the second position, that is first index. Okay, what will I write? I will write here simply fruits dot insert, and I will write here index and the object. Here you can see here written index and object that you want to write. So I will write here mm, the firstly the index that is one, and after that the value that is orange. Okay. Now I will print fruits here, and also print fruits. Then you can see that the orange is added at the second position, it is first index. Okay. So now this clear this. Now let's come to our next example, or one example we have I think. No, let's just click so you can't get confused. So here I will take numbers same day like that. I will like it 10, 20, 40. But I want to add 30 at the second index. So what I will add? I will write here numbers and dot insert, and I will write here index name that is 2, and I will write here 30. After that I will print the numbers and also print the numbers. Okay, now I see that 30 value is added here. Okay, so for the real life analogy, you can say that uh, imagine a classroom attendance list. You forgot to enter one student's name. Instead of writing it at the end, you inserted the correct roll number. Okay, like if you forgot to write the roll number of fourth, so you will not insert at the end. You will insert at the fourth after third. Okay? So basically, it is used like that only. So now we will come to our next method, which is method 3. That would be extend. So what does this does is like you want to add multiple elements. Okay, like for example, you have a list of one element, but you have to add that elements of the list to the another list. Okay, so that's why, so for that we use here extend. Okay, So for the I can say for the definition I can write that adding the or combining multiple elements. Okay. If I put the syntax here, so I can write here list list one dot extend from bracket list two. Okay. So let's just do this and I take here same examples of proofs, but I will take here only of two elements like apple and mango. Now I will make fruits or more fruits. I will write here banana and orange. Okay. After that, I can print both of these list. Print fruits, fruits, sap is equal to. I already told you what is sap and okay. Basically, for the in single print statement, the default separation is done by a space bar, and we can also like change it. Okay, and here is also an end variable. Okay, okay. So what I can do? Firstly, I clear this and this. You can say both of our rest apple and mango are printed. Now what will I do? I will combine the list. So I will write list one. List one is here fruits. I will write a fruits dot extend and more fruits. Okay. Then I will print here print here. So actually this fruit is inserted in this. So I have to print this fruit. Okay. So I will write here combine of the fruits is equal to fruits in separation. So that is equivalent. You can see firstly it is written this, then it is written banana orange, then after that it is written all of the fruits, and it has combined this. What if I write here fruits and here I write more fruits? Then I should also write more. So you can see that if I run this, you can see that the banana orange one list that is this is has been at the first and it is at the second list because it is stored in the maximum fruit list. Okay. So like this are standards. However, if we try to like if I take one list here, list one is equal to any list if I write John, okay, And if I try to let your list extend, you can also write your list like this. Right here you can write 20, comma. Then if I try to print list one, then you can see that here are 2030 is added. But what if we write only 20? Okay, then it will get added or not? Let us see. So it is get added, but it is the 20 is split into two different strings. Like when we try to make string with the list constructor, like this. Okay, if I remove this button, you can see that if I run this now. You can see it will be error because int object is not iterable here. Okay, and you can see like here we should only provide the list constructor here, like I told you, like when you try to make list like this while list constructor, so, and you write here like any string. So what happens when you try to print this list? So what happens that it does I should comment this. You can see what is that is list constructor. I told you that the method of making list that it disintegrates the string into single characters, then store it in a list. Okay. So basically, what happened here is that here here the parameter should be, if I try to hover on it, now you can see that here should be an iterable string. Okay. So here like it is a it's like here it is written a list. Okay. If I write here the string because it can take input as a list only. That's why. So it basically converts string into list. So if I grab the, it will say John Doe is string. And if I remove this list, so then also you say okay. So like these things work. Okay. So basically you can't enter number here. You can, but you have to like enter number like this 45 like this comma 70. Okay. Then if I try to run this, we'll see the answer is John Row 45 58. Okay. So like this you can enter numbers. Okay. Okay. So that's how this power works. Now let's try to difference between the append and the extend. So as it is the most confusing, so that we will try to how to like difference between these append. So as you already know, the append syntax of writing append method is that you have to provide here the element. Okay, it can be any element. Okay, so what if I provide here the list? Let us try here. If I take this list only and print this, and here I write here list one dot append, and I write here the list. Okay, I am putting list, or you can say that I will write here list. Okay, and write here any like Sachin Tendulkar. What if I try to open list to here? Okay. However, it will not give me error. I will try to print here. List. What will happen here if I try to run this? You can see the Sachin Tendulkar is added, but it is added as a list, or you can say a nested list. Means it is a list inside a list. Okay. But if I use like here, it acts as a single element, the whole list. Okay. But what if I try to like do this with extend? Okay, then it will print as an element. What if I write here your insert? Insert is like same as the your pen, but basically it allows you to insert value at a particular index. So if I write here 2 or 3 here, you see that it is at the end because 3 is the last. So let's just add it at the front here or right and right here 0. Then you see it is added at the first here. Okay, so that's how this works. Okay, for example, if I take one more example like the numbers. Okay, so you can understand one more time. Okay, so if I take the numbers here as 1 comma 2, then here I write numbers dot extend, then I write here 3 comma 4. Okay, numbers. Why that say numbers are not declared? Numbers are written. Okay. Number. Okay. So you can see that it will print one to the two. But what if I write here insert? If I write here insert, then you have this error. Let's try to run it again. So, okay, not insert. I will write here your append. Okay. See, it is added but as a single element. Okay. So, like this, how this work. What if I write two elements without, then it will give error here. Okay. So, this is how these two of this method work here. Okay. For the brief thing, I can tell you that, like here, if I write append, what is this? It adds the element at. Okay. Then what about the insert? So that adds at a particular. Then you extend, let's say multiple elements. But basically it also write and then that's not. Now let's come to some of the beginner mistakes people often do here while doing this method. So for the first mistake is that mistakes. that quadratic parenthesis. These people do like everywhere. Then second one is like using append instead of as I already told you about the recruit and append and expand. Okay. So now for the next like wrong insert order. Okay. Like actually in insert you write firstly index here, then you take comma and write here the value. But what if you write value first here and then index? So it is wrong here. Okay. So that's why it is said not to use this one. Now for the fourth mistake, or I think on what are those mistakes are the basic mistakes, otherwise people can do many mistakes. Now for the mini practice activity, here we are doing like our task is to create a color list of two elements and I have to add a third color at the end of the list. Okay. So firstly I will write here colors and write here red. You can take any color red. Okay. Green and blue. Okay. Or I should end it at the last. Then I will write here colors to open and I'll get the green. Okay. For that I print colors. Okay. That says this. You see our green color is added in this list. Okay. You can also print this color also. Okay. So here we have used 1 minute. I can write here blue because two same colors I have added. Okay. Red, blue, and here red, blue. So here we have completed our first task. Okay. Now, now task 2. What you have to do that you have to insert a particular color at a particular index. Okay. So let for example I want to add yellow in the middle of this. Okay. So what will I do? I will write here. Firstly I will okay and I will write here colors dot insert. As you already know for a particular thread we use insert here. Then I will write here Yeah, yeah, the index name it is one here. The second position right here, yellow. Okay, after that I will print color. No, this is red, yellow, blue. Okay, so that's how you can do this also. You can also paste this. Now for the task 3, I have to combine the two list. Okay, here. Okay, so let's just make two list firstly. List one is equal to 10, comma 20, comma 30 plus 2 is equal to 10, 40, comma 2, comma 6. Now what I will do, I will write here list list 1 dot 10 plus 2. Okay, then I will print list. Then see our 40 to 60 element is added here. Okay, so let's do experiment here. What if I were to add one list? Okay, list 3 like 70, 80, and 90 here. So what you can do, like you can like do this and first list 1 dot extend. You can write here list 3 also. I think it will get work here. You see, or even said it. But you can also do here like I think if I put this and if I write here extend, let's just whether it should work. And I will write here list 3. Okay. So basically a nested type function is here. I think it can work. Okay. So let's just try to find list 1. So you can say that it is single none type object is not alterable. So what is exactly happening here? Like if I remove this and try to print here list 1 dot extend list 2. So what is this list return? You know, it is not having the light returning. I told you in function what it return is basically it is a type of say whether it returns or not. Methods it is also type of function. So if I try to print this here, you can say type object is not reliable. It is not returning like it is not returning the list here. It is returning like none. Okay, or either I write here one or two. Here print type if I write here none. It is returning none. Okay, so that's why here the error comes that if I try to write extend and write here list 3. So here it is returning. Okay. So if I write this, it is written none type is not available. So it is like returning none, this is not available. What? Let's just try one more thing also. What if I remove this here? Okay. Now if I try to print this one, this should perfectly work. Okay. Okay. Then I here Yeah, it dot extend, and here I write. I think it will not work. On it to start because it is changing the original list, not a returning. If I write a dot extend and have the right here, you can see the color is also not something like this color of method. And the right hand is C. Okay, then I print list one. Okay, okay, this is non-type application no attribute extend. Okay, because currently this is a non-type attribute here, no? So that's why. So here is not working here. So now we have what we are doing. We are just extending. So let's just extend, and I will write a list one dot extend. So we can do this, and we have to insert list three that we can write in next line. Okay, right there you can see that our list is printed here. So let's just copy this and paste it on. Okay. So now let's come to the next question. Basically, it is you have to here predict the output of the code I am writing. So here I am taking also a number list and writing a one comma two. After that, I am writing a number dot append numbers writing here. Equal to. After that, I am printing. Okay. So now what you have to do, you have to like return this, tell the output of this thing for 5 seconds and try to understand what will be the answer here. Okay. So if I return this, run this, you can see the list is stored but as a element. Okay. Now let's come to the real world examples of this list. So basically it is used in all type of things like chat applications, shopping carts, notification, transaction history, all these things. Okay. Are append method. Okay. For the insert method, you can say we can use it for the student ranking, priority queues, order schedules, task management. Okay. For extend, we use to merge reports, combining data sets, importing reports, playlist merging. Okay. Like this. So, what if someone asks you what is the difference between append and extend? Then, what will your answer here? So, you can say that simply append is used to add one element, whereas extend add multiple items from the another iterable. Okay, here is like simple answer. Okay. So let's just take a quick recap of what method we have learned in this section. So we started with the three methods which we used to add elements in the list that were append, insert, and extend. So append adds one element to the end of the list. Okay. Insert adds numbers at the specific position like values or red numbers. Should write here values, not elements. It do not sound good. Okay. Then extend is used to combine multiple elements here. Okay. Then we have write a summary of these all three mesh methods. I've also talked about the mistakes people do by forgetting parentheses, using a pen, wrong insert like this. And when we have do our petri all three tasks we have done. I also told you how like experiment we have to like extend whether we also experiment this. Okay. So now you know how to make a list larger by adding new elements. But what if you want to remove data? Okay. So now we will learn to remove data in a list. Okay. So think about it here like a computer customer removes the product from a shopping cart. Where delete a song from a playlist. A completed task is removed from a to-do list. And admin deletes an inactive user account. Okay. So here we are removing a particular item in a collection. So Python also provides us two ways to remove element from a list. Like the methods we use to remove these are firstly I write here removing items in list. So the methods here are firstly remove simply by okay. Then the second method here is uh, pop. Third method here is del, and fourth method here is clear. Okay. Here del is since not a method can be treated as a keyword also. Okay. So let's come to our first method, which is remove. Okay. So what does it do? Like it removes an element by its value, like the value of the data, not its data type. Okay. So let's do this example here. Or firstly, I should write the syntax of this. Okay. Otherwise, you will confuse. So syntax for this here is syntax. The list name dot remove value. Okay. So that's how you can do this. So now we will take a look by writing it as an example here. Okay. So let's try to do this with the practical example. So what if I do here? I will take a fruits list and write here apple, mango, orange. Okay. Now if I want to remove here orange or say mango, what will I do here? I will write here fruits dot remove and write here the mango. Okay. Then so I will write here mango. Then what will I do? I will print fruits and also I will write here fruits. Okay. Now let just run this. You can see that mango is removed from the list. Okay. So basic function it is. Now let's take another example of numbers. So I will write here number or simply write nums. Uh, 20. 23. So I have to remove this repetitive 20 here. So I will write here nouns. More. 20. Then I will write here print nouns. Okay. Uh, Written 10, 20, 30. Okay. So if I write here 20, then will it remove this? So it will not remove. Basically, it just removes the first occurrence of the element where it or element occurs firstly. Okay. So that's why it is not removing this. So what happens if the value doesn't exist here? Like if I try to remove 40 here, so what happens then? And if I remove the 40 here, then it will give an error that not in the list. Okay. So that's why we can't write. It will give an error here. Okay. Just remove this and let's come to our next method, which is pop here. Okay. So method two here is pop. So it removes the element, not the value but the index. Okay. So let's just write the syntax here. Syntax would be list of name dot index. Let's take the example of this also. What if I take here of fruits? Fruits is equal to apple, mango, banana. But I'll do, I will write to pop it. Okay, so I'll write here fruits. Oh, oh. And I will write move the element that is at index first. Okay. And which is R, that is mango. So the write here print. Write here print. Okay. Here this. And you can say mango is moved. Okay. But let's see what this returns also. Okay. If I write here gram. Okay. I also print here the okay. And just run this. So basically, it returns the value which has been removed here. Okay. So you can also like remember this that it also returns the value which has been removed here. Okay. So if I do not write index here, what will it do? So if I write here fruits, or I just comment this and write here nothing. So what will it do? It will remove the very end one element with that is banana. Okay. So like this it works. Or I can write here volume. Remove. Okay. Okay. If I write here any like three it is not there. So what will it do? It will like give an error. Okay. A pop index out of range. Okay. Then if I write the zeroth one or minus it is the same thing. Banana is removed here. Right here zero, then it will remove the file which is apple here. Okay. So that's how this works. Okay. So now let's come to the next method. Method three, which is del. So basically it is a keyword. So it can remove many elements by element or even the entire list here. So it is basically used by like how we try to access element. Like if I write like I write and remove multiple elements. Okay. Okay. Like anything you will write here, or if I write here, what is write a variable value should any value will write here will get deleted. Like if I try to write a list of numbers and write here dozen comma 20 comma 2, comma 50, then I will write here del del after that I will write here number, then I will write here 1 is 20. Then if I try to print number, then let's say it is 10, 30, 40, 20 is continuous. Okay, so that's how we can remove particular element here. If I have to remove multiple elements, we can call it slicing. Like if I write here, like just like your it range function, no, where you write, so if I write this, so basically what will it do? I should write just 2 to 3 elements. Okay, so it will start from the one index that is this 1, 2, 3, and remove this. Just let's just print numbers here. You see 10, 20, 30, 40 is deleted, 50, 60, 70. Basically, it doesn't count this 1, 2, 3. It will remove this 3. The fourth is not counted here. Okay? If I write here slicing, will it work? Okay, Jake. Like it's work like this. Firstly, it removes 20. Then it stores it with a step like you like in range function, no? It's like this only. We will talk about this later here, okay? Then here it removes in step of 2. Then if here it is 20, 30, 40 here, but here it is 20 is removed, 30 is there only, and 40 is removed. Like this, okay? So largely we can remove multiple elements in a list here. Okay, so I just firstly write here one only, then I copy this and write here numbers two. Okay, and write here numbers two. Okay, so now I want to delete the entire list. So what will I do? I will just create this and make it number three. Then I will simply write here delete numbers. So now the whole list is deleted. If I write here delete numbers three. Okay. Now if I clear this and write here. Okay. So this is printing here. Oh, I should write a number three also now. Okay. Now I should clear this and you can see the two is deleted, but here it is saying number three is not defined. Okay. So basically, it deleted the variable number three. So that's why it is saying number three is not defined. Okay. So like this, you can do the delete operation also. Okay. Now let's come to the next topic, that is method for clear. Okay. So what basically clear does, like unlike your delete, it completely removes the container, that is the variable. But here clear just empty the list. Like we created the empty list like this, it clears the list. Only remove the elements. Only removes elements. Okay. So if I tell you the syntax here, so the syntax will basically like this. You can write here list one dot clear. Okay, like this. So let's try to make a list here, like simple fruits. Let's write here apple, apple, mango, banana, banana. I want to clear this list. So what will I do? I will write fruits of clear. Okay. Then I will print here fruits. So I will clear this. And you can say we got our empty list. Let's try that. Can we get something different from this method? If I write here and if I print the can we get something in okay? That is RAM is equal to none. And I think so we didn't got something because it written here none. Okay, see none. Okay, but light a type of okay. Okay, class is equal to null type. Okay, so it doesn't give empty in return. So like this, we can empty and any list. Okay, so as I already told you, the difference between clear and delete. So this I revise this for you. What does clear does it? Like if I write here this and I do this. So clear basically removes all the items here. Okay, if I write here clear or not this here clear, whatever. Then you can see it provides the empty list here. Okay, only with square brackets. But what if I write here like at below if I write here delete proofs. Okay, then try to print proofs. So what will it do? You can see here. Firstly, it has given us the empty list because of this clear statement. But when we delete the fruits and try to print fruits, what it do that name fruit not defined. It basically remove this whole variable of fruits here. That's why it is not defined. Okay? So that's the basic difference between our. Okay? Basically, here variables will exist in the clear one here. Okay. So let's just write some of the common beginner mistakes people often do while writing this. It is mistake one, confusing with remove and pop. So basically, what does remove do? Remove deletes the element by its value. So you remember this and pop by its index. Simple as that. Okay. Then our mistake two is removing a missing value. Like if your value is not in the list and you are removing it and we give the error that would be value error. Then for 3 it is using del by mistake. Okay, it will give us mean error. Okay. Also people often forget that pop also returns the removed value. Okay. So let's just do a mini practice activity here. So what is the activity here that I have given colors very well. And I will write here red, green, and blue. Then your task is to remove the blue color. Okay, so what will you do? You can write here remove blue, remove colors, I will write here color dot remove, and I will write here blue. With the help of this blue, then I will write here print colors. Okay, let's clear this and this one say value is removed here. Okay, so this is our first mini practice activity here. Okay, okay. Now I will for the second question. What will you have to like same with this color list? What you have to do? You have to remove the last element. What I will do? I will write colors and dot write for and write here minus one. Okay, and then I will print colors. Okay, so that I will clear this. You see, blue last element blue is removed. However, I will also remove this. Then also it will get removed. Okay, because last element is wide. Okay, let's see um, this. Okay, now let's just do our next question, which is completely emptying the list, not removing the values, just empty. Okay, so what I will do, just copy this, ctl plus ctl plus v. Okay. What I will do, I will write here follows dot pdf name, then follow. Okay. Then I will clear it and see our empty list is here. So by this we can color also. Okay. So for the real world exam applications, we can say that basically this is used for the shopping cart, wish list, and friend list. Okay, like this are removed. And pop one is used for undo feature or remove browser history, navigation text like this. Our del keyword is mostly used with data cleanup, removing changes of records and memory management. And clear function is used for reset buttons, empty shopping cart, clear notification, and like games in some games like. So, if what if someone asks you what is the difference between remove and pop, so you can say that remove an element by value, but pop removes a value by the index, and also it returns the removed value. So let's just take a quick recap of what we have learned in this section. So we have started with the removing items from the list task goal. So we have studied four functions: they are remove, pop, and del keyword and clear method. So the remove what it do remove it removes an element by its value. Okay. Pop is same but it removed by the index. Okay. Del can remove multiple elements like whole list value. Okay. Clear only remove element but do not delete the list. Okay. Then we have talked about some of the mistakes here like confusing with remove and pop. People also confuse remove and drop. Removing a missing value with a mistake. Using del by mistake. Okay. Also, people forget that pop also return the removed value. Okay, then we have done this three mini practice activity here. Okay, so now you know how to add, update, and remove elements on the list. Okay, so but list also come with many built-in functions that make data much easier to work. So we will study in the next topic. Okay. So till now we have learned how to create list, access elements, modify them, and add new items, and remove existing ones. But Python provides many ready-made methods and functions that make working with lists much easier. So instead of writing long piece of code, we often solve a problem with just one line. Okay. So in this section, we will learn the most useful list methods and built-in functions that every programmer must know. Right here, list and functions. Okay. So our method one would be sort. Okay. So what does this do? It basically arranges the item of a list in ascending order. Okay. Descending order. Okay. Like if I give you the example here. So what if we take a list named as numbers is equal to 40, comma 10, comma 30, comma 20, and our task would be here to arrange these numbers in this list in ascending order. So what I will do, I will write here numbers, okay, dot sort, okay. So here there are two key none is equal to none and boolean is equal to false reverse. That is. So basically, we will also talk about this reverse means if you want to arrange descending order, we will also try this, okay. So now we will print the numbers here, okay. So if I try to print a number here, you see the answer is 10, 20, 30, 40. Our number has been arranged in ascending order, okay. So we can also copy this and paste it here like an example, okay. Now if we want to firstly just print, then I will write here numbers dot sort, and what I will do, I have to just reverse this. So I will write here reverse is equal to true. It is a like value here of which we can provide a value of true. Like if we click here, I tell you no, this reverse is equal to true. Here is a boolean, okay? And key is none. So we will go on do the same thing here. It is about reverse, okay? Okay. If I read more here, it says the sort and place itself is modified in stable order of two equivalents maintained. If key function is given applied once to each list item, sort them. Okay. So we can give here a function also which modify the list. Like we try by this. Okay, we will try later here. Okay. Till then, I'm just writing this reverse is equal to true, and I'm printing numbers. Okay. In descending Okay. So let's just clear this and then this you can say here it is in ascending order, here is in a descending order. Okay. So about the key here, let's just also see what does this mean. If key function is given, apply it once on each atom, list atom and dot them. Okay. So any key function is given here, then it will apply to a particular atom. Okay. So let's just try this. So let's make any function here like def uh, any function like we make here def function one and I'll write here return any num and I'll return num plus 10. Okay. Let's just try only and see if this work or not. Okay. So I'm doing is sort take no positional arguments. Okay. What if I do this now? Same one machine required position argument num. So I will write here any item. Item is not defined here. Let's just try and see anything can happen here. What if I give function here? Say, well, let's just try a little bit googling here and see what are we doing wrong here. Okay, okay. So what are we doing here? We have to just write here key. Okay, as you can see. Actually, nothing happens. Function only return num plus 100. If I write here C and copy this here and mm, copy this here, but nothing is happening actually. But I have to write here this. See, okay, leave it. This key thing. We will. So like this, we can reverse our function here. Okay. I'm just pasting it here. Okay. Hello. So let's now come to our next method, which is reverse method. Okay. Basically, it just reverses the shape, like our list. Okay. Like if I let's say it reverses the current order. Okay. Like here, if I this and I take a numbers here and write here 10, comma 20, 30, comma 40, comma 50, and here I write numbers dot reverse. Okay, and here I print numbers. Okay, then the C are whole number reverse, but Because the same thing that do by the sort reverse equal to true. Okay, but here it is are in ascending order, no? So what if I just remove this and write here 60, 30, okay, 20. Now if I run this, you can say the order is reversal. 50 is come to first, 20 is come to second, 30 come same, 60, 10. Okay. So like how this function works like this. Okay. Basically, it simply flips the order. Okay. So the difference between this sort reverse is equal to true method and reverse method is that the sort method arranges the value in the firstly it checks whether it is small or like big. Okay. And the reverse method just reverse the order of the list. However, it doesn't check. Okay. It can create like ascending or descending order. It just basically flips the order. Okay. Now let's come to our next method, which is count method. So basically, it tells how many times a value appears. Okay. So if I write here numbers is equal to 10, comma 20, comma 20, comma 30, comma 20, comma 50, comma 30, comma 10. Okay. So then I write here like numbers dot count and what I value I have to count. I value have to count to make I have to count 20. Okay. So if I run this, nothing happens because we have to print it because it returns. You see, it returns int. Okay. The value. So either we can store it in a variable or count value or then print it. Okay. The answer is 3 as the 20 appears two times here and one times here, so it is 20. Okay. You can also like how answers of 30 will tell to. Okay. So like this work. However, if you don't want to do this, you just remove this. Okay. Paste it here. Okay. And when you try to run this, it will work. Okay. Like this. So that's how our count function works here. I think it is no need to write repeated. Very easy. Okay. Also, it can count the string values also. It not limited to numbers also. Like if I take here the example like attendance and I write here present, then absent, then present, Then I write here send. Okay. Then if I try to write here print, or I can write here present students is equal to sentence dot count uh, present. Then for the sent students, I can write here sentence dot count sent. Okay. Then I will print here present students are your students, comma, sent students are the student. Okay. Or I can write here also is equal to then I just in this firstly I should clear this. Then I will run this. You see that present students are 3 and absent students are 2. Okay. So we can make a simple program like this here. Okay. So let's just come to our next example, next method, which is index method. So basically what it does, it finds the position of an element. Okay. So let's do the example of this also. If I write oops, okay, okay, and you write here apple, mango, and banana. Then if I write here print fruits dot index, and I want to put the index of the banana. So what will the answer be? The answer will be 2 here because it is at 2 index 0, 1 and 2. Okay. But what if I write something which doesn't exist? So it will give error that X is not in the list. Okay. And if I write here any two fruits name like and then again banana. So will it give index of the first occurring banana? Let's check. You can give me the first argument, which is the index 2 here. Okay. So this is how this our index pointer works. Let's now come to next method, which is copy method. Okay, it is a very important method. It basically creates a copy of a list. Okay. Creates a copy list. Okay. Like if this and I write here list 1 is equal to 10, 20, 30. Then here I write list 2 is equal to list 1 dot copy. Then I write here print 1 comma list 2 comma. Then you see both lists are same because it basically just copy the list here. Okay. But what if I remove this? Okay. Then it also doing so. I think here it is just accessing this list with the help of this list. If I will make some changes in the list one, then it should also be appear in the list two. Let's try. Like if I write here list one dot sort reverse is equal to okay. So if I clear this first and thus run this, you can see both lists are just covered. So is it not exactly the copy of this list? It's just accessing this list with the help of another variable. So, but if I write here dot copy, okay, then if I run this, you can see that both lists are different. Only the upper one is got affected, the lower one is not get affected. Okay, okay. So this is the basic use of this. Okay, should clear this. Okay, then we will paste this here. Okay. Now let's come to our next function, that is built-in function, that is length. You know it. You can find length of this upper list. Okay. So if I can write here provides number of element. Okay. So basically I can write here length. Okay. It's just return a number of items in the container. If it is returning, then you have to use print here. Okay. List one. Let's just also make list one here. Okay. Like let's write here apple, mango, and banana. Okay. So let's just run this, and it will give it the three. Basically, it tells how many items are there in the list. Okay. If I take here your integers like 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, comma 1, okay, tell 5, okay, let's just copy this and paste it here. Now our next function is max function. Okay, so that's the largest value. Okay, like if I write here numbers, or I should try in the editor only. Okay, just same list. Okay, firstly I comment this. So firstly I should copy this and this. Okay, then our task is to find the maximum. So I will write here print maximum, and I will write here list one. Okay, so we can data which is 4 here. Okay, 4 in maximum. No? That's right. So it looks like it is very easy C functions, not that hard. Okay, same as max we have min function. I just copy this and paste this. It just return smallest value. Okay, if I try to run this, okay, 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 I have to write here min. See, it will give us one, give the minimum number. Same is so. Next, we have some function. So, returns the sum of all. Okay, so let's take a list and right here print sum. Will give us 90, 30, 30, 60, 60 plus 20, 80, and 10, 90. Okay, so it is for the number. But what if I write here list one is equal to some fruits name, like if I write fruits is equal to, will it join these, like concatenate these? I just write and I write here apple, then no, if I try to print some, I think it will not happen because I think it will return only the number. You see that unsupported operand type int and for s int and str. Okay, so it is not supported here. No need to write that. What if I write here list string comma any Windows screen, then will it work? No, it will not work. Okay. So here we are just experiments with these things. So you get the habit of experimenting. Okay. So these are the main functions. Let's just revise these functions one more time so that you do not get confused in it. Okay. So firstly, what does sort do? So sort basically sort elements in ascending or descending. Okay. So right here. Then what about reverse here? So it basically reverse the order of this count function counts the occurrences of an element. Then our index find positions. Then for the copy creates copy. Okay, again. And for the length counts elements. Okay. And then min and sum, min max sum. Don't need to detail you min max sum. You already know. Tell the min maximum minimum. So some like used to add all the elements. So these are the like measurements you can get confused here. Okay, so let's get to some of the common beginner mistakes here. So mistake one is here confusing sort and reverse. Okay, well often confused with sort reverse. Basically, sort just is used to uh, arrange the items based on like whether you are arranging ascending or descending order. Basically, it compares with the values, but reverse just directly flips the order. Okay. Then for the mistake two, using index function with missing values, like not with for missing values because you know if you are using index function with values do not exist anywhere. Then mistake three, forgetting copy. Okay. Basically, people just assigns the first list variable to another value. That is wrong. You have to use the copy function here. Okay. Then for the let's come to the mini practice activity. In this, I will write a program and you have to like predict the answer. Okay. If I write here marks is equal to 90, comma 60, comma 80, comma 70, and I write here marks dot marks. So you have to solve it on a paper or something and tell what will be the answer is. Okay. So I just on this one you can see it has sorted the whole list in the ascending order. Okay. So for the next question we have numbers and we have written 5, comma 10, comma 15, comma 20, and I will write here print, I will write here print numbers dot pose. I should write here some and numbers. Okay, then just run this. You will get the sum. Okay, I forgot to wait for you. Sorry. Okay, then for the question 3, I will take this same list here and then I will write a print statement and write here max numbers. It will give us 20. Okay, we should pause the video for your verification. Okay, then for the last question, I will write take on numbers list and write here 2 comma 2 comma 5 comma 4 comma 2 comma 8 or 7 no comma. Then I will write here print numbers dot com. Okay, you have to like answer what will be the answer here. You have to answer the this answer or output of this program. So it will be okay, okay, okay. I have to like I have not given the value of which value I have to count here. Suppose I am counting 2 here, then tell what will be the answer here. It will be 3 here because 2 is occurring 3 times in this list. Okay, so let's just do this. Now for the real world applications, the sort function is used basically in reader boards, student marks, tutor pages. Count function is used in attendance, votes, likes. Index function is used for navigation, search results. Sum is used for billing, mass calculations. Min1 and max function is for highest score, lowest temperature, maximum salary. Length is used for the number of users, message bullets like this. Okay. So if someone asks you what the difference between sort and arcs, so you can say that like what will you say? Firstly, I ask you. So you will say that sort modifies the original list, whereas the sorted function in a new sorted list while leaving the original list unchanged. Okay. We will study the sorted function in detail. Okay. Till now you just learn the theory here. Okay. So let's just revise what we have learned. So the first method we learned is about sort. Okay. How sort actually works here. What are these reverse value? It is used for the ascending order. Okay. Then we talked about the reverse method. Basically, reverse is the current order of the list. Then we talked about the count. It tells whether how many times the value appears. Then for the index, we find the position of an element. Then for the copy, creates a copy of a list. Okay. Then for the length function, it provides the number of elements. For max, it contains the maximum value and for the minimum, it tells the minimum value. And sum return the sum of all elements. Okay. I have told you in like revision time. Okay. Then for the mistakes, like people often confuse with or sort and reverse. Then people use index for missing values and forgetting to copy. So now we have learned many three methods of working with list, but in real project lists often contain hundreds and thousands of elements. We usually need to process every element one by one. That's where loops become incredibly powerful. So now we will learn how to transverse list with the help of using uh, while loop and for loop. Okay. So imagine you have a list containing 1000 students. So will you print every name of the students like one by one, like this? Uh, Print list one and first index, then print list one. Okay, this index. So you will not like this for the thousand students. So this is where our loops came in. Okay. So firstly, what does transversing a list mean? So transversing means visiting each element of a list one by one and performing some operations on it. Like you can print every student name, calculate the total marks, find the highest score. Okay. So let's just do for the first method by using for loop. Firstly, okay. So if I firstly we take a list here like apple, mango, then orange, and I want to like print all these items of this list. So what will I do? Firstly, I will take for loop and I'll let for like any value in fruits. Okay, this is what we write for I in range. So in place of range, we just writing fruits here. After that, we'll print not fruit, leave. Okay. So just by doing this, we can print the values of all the list here. I will write it. Also, we can do one thing for us to print in same line. We will separate it by comma, and for the end, we will take like nothing. No, no, separation will be nothing. Separation also not required, I think, because right end and right here comma. Okay. So if I try to print this, you see all apple, mango, oranges are printed here. Okay. So by this we can print like how much like how big can be a list we can print by all the elements by this. Okay. Now You know how the for loop works. It actually iterates the this value keyword on like all of the like first in apple, then mango, then banana, then orange, and then prints this value. Okay. So we can also use like take another example and if I remove this and take copy of this, paste this here. Okay. We can also do this by right here marks is equal to 90, 80, 40, and 40 and 38. Okay. Then after I can write here for mark or like value we can take in marks print value. Okay. And we come here and see all our marks here. Okay. Now we can just print this. We can also perform calculations here. Like if I take your numbers list and write here 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then I write here I take a total variable which is equal to 0 so that I can sum it in this. Okay. So I'll write here for value in numbers total we are assigning total what are assigning total current total value plus value. Okay. Then we will print here. We get will as the sum. Okay. Total sum we can also take like the total sum total. Okay. Print this. Why the value? Okay. Okay. I will. Okay. So if I try to print this now, okay, we can the output 150 a whole number. Okay. So now let's just comment this out. So we will comment this. So you know how loop works. So firstly, in this loop, if I give you, so firstly, what happened here? Like total sum was input zero for the first iteration when the value of value becomes 10. Then in the total sum which is 0, 0 plus 10 happens here. Okay, the total sum value would 10 here. Then after second, when the value is 20 here, then the total sum of 10, which is 10, and become 10 plus 20, which is 30. That's how it is working. Okay, so no big deal in that. Now let's use the range function here, so we can work with the indexes too. So it will be a second method, which will be for with the range. Okay, so what to do that? Like I take an example, same like apple, mango, and banana. Then if I write here for I in the range, okay, and I will write the range here of the length of the fruits, okay. Then after that, I will print the I here, which will be the index here, and access the item that will then put is I, okay. So let's just clear this and in this you can see 0 index has apple, 1 index has mango, and 2 index has banana. Okay, so this is our method tree here. Very easy. No problem. Okay. Now I'll just print this here. For the method 3 would be our while loops. So although loops are for loops are prepared for list, but we can also do with the while loops also. So let's just do this. Firstly, I will write in numbers. I will 10, complete, complete. Then I will take I variable is equal to 0, and I will write while give it a condition that I should be smaller than length of the number. Same logic is same here. Okay, I will like this. And what will I do? I will firstly print numbers with the I, and then I will update the value of I by 1. Okay, now I should run this. You can see it is printing all the three values here. Okay, so we can use while loop also, no problem in that. So let's just copy this and paste it here. And so these are the examples for all three methods for forward range and while loops. So what should be more used, while loop or for loop? We should use for loop because it is easier. We have to write less code. Use while loop if we want more control over the list, right? Okay. Now let's come some of the beginner mistakes people do here. Okay. My first mistake is forgetting the full. Mostly people do the mistakes in everything like conditional, every statement. So you should remember this. Then the second mistake is wrong indentation in loops. Then the third is making finite while loop. Okay. So these are the basic mistakes. No need to like elaborate on them. Basic how you can make a value is find finite. I already told you in the in like loops in the loops lecture with loops lecture I can always. Now let's come to mini practice activity. Okay. We'll write the code and you have to predict the output here. So firstly I will write here make a list here and write here Delhi, then Mumbai, then Lucknow, and then I'm writing here for value in cities. What will I do? I will print cities. Okay. Now, so no, no, cities. I will let it. I will print the list total. Okay. So these are the answer. Actually, I hope you have already guessed it correct. Okay. Now for the second one, I'm taking nums array and writing 5, comma 10, comma 15, comma 20. Then I'm writing here for well in nums and I'm writing here print well. So what will be the answer here? You can say all the items are printed here. Okay? Just comment this or just click this. Now for the question 3, what I'm doing here is or question 3 I can say prediction question 3. I'm taking a marks here and writing 50, comma 60, comma 70, okay, or 80. Okay. Then I will write here a variable one here, which is equal to 0. What will I do? I will write it for value in marks. I will write here where one addition comparison operator is equal to well. Then I will print where we will write to like guess the output of this value of where one. Okay. So I will write this and you can say 190 is here. We have just add all these three values 8 to the 61, 40 to 50, 90. Okay. So I have commented this. Now for the question 4. I'm writing your languages list and writing a Python, Java, and C++. Then what will I do? I will write here for I the of languages. Then I will then here print I comma languages. I then what will I do? I will enter and I will get the all values of this. Okay. Now I will discuss you some of the real world applications of this list are like transaction is used in almost every software application, shopping app, okay, swim management system, okay, banking app, music app, fishing app, okay. So if someone asks you which loop is usually preferred as transaction list in Python, so what will you say? So basically, for loop is used because it's simple and automatically iterate over the each elements. Okay. So let's just take a quick recap of what we have learned. So we have learned by this using loops in list. Firstly, we studied how to use for loop in list. Then we learned what transversing means. So transversing means basically iterating over each element of the list and performing some calculations on it. Okay. Then we learn how to use for loops with this list. Okay. With the one examples also. Okay. Then we have talk about the range, how to use range function and indexes. Then we use how to use while loop. Then we discuss which difference between for loop and while loop and which one is and why for loop is preferred for transversing list. Then we have discussed some of the mistakes here. Okay. Then we have talked about some other real world applications also. Okay. So now you know how to process every element of a list. But Python offers a even shorter and more level elegant way to create a transform list in a single line of code. Basically, it is called list completion comprehension. So now we will learn how to what is the use of list comprehension here. Okay. So basically, it will firstly look so a little bit unusual to you, but don't get confused. You will get it. So, firstly, let's understand what list comprehension is. You can say it is a short way to create list from an existing. iterable. Iterable you only know like any string or a range. Okay? So for the simple application, say instead of writing a loop or using a append function, we can create an entire list in a single line. Okay. So let's understand firstly the traditional way got like how to make list here. So firstly, you make list like numbers is equal to 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, comma 5. You write this, okay? Let's just try on the poetry. Okay. So you just write a list like this. Then if you want to like make another list in which there should be a square of these numbers. So what you will do, you will make an empty list. Then you will do you will use a for loop to access the items in this list and then modify these items and then append it into this list. So what will you do? Okay, you will do here like for nums in numbers. Okay, then you will write here square of append. Okay, and here you will write the nums should be multiplied by nums. Okay, so here you have more information. After that, you will print your squares. Okay, so if I run this, uh, you can see that we got our output like this. That is, our all numbers has been. You can see that got squared here. Okay, so it is a traditional way of approach. You can say that. Okay. So why this traditional approach? We can do this thing, but what about the new approach I told you? Yeah. Now, for the new approach, you can say that we can do with the like if I try to do the syntax here, like we can do this exactly same things. By which first we just copy this, okay, and we just I'll paste this here, okay. Then what I will do, I will here make a list name squares, okay, and I will write here num, which is our action here, multiply by num, okay. Then for I will write here for num in numbers. So what will we do? Firstly, it will modify this the num which we are taking from this for loop and multiply it by another num. Okay, it will just square. Okay, then if we try to print square, we say that we will got the same output as we are getting here. So basically, it is like a more neat and clean way. So write this. Right, you have to use the loops here. Okay. Basically, the loops we are also using here, but in a different way. Okay. So basically, what were you doing here? So firstly, here we make a declared a square variable and assign a list here, in which in the list the element should be taken from this numbers list and they should be multiplied by themselves. Okay. So like this, we are working here. Okay. We can also take another example. We can also print here list. Okay. So what can I do here? Let's take another number one. Here we are converting the. I am giving you the both uh, traditional and normal use cases to do that. So what will we do here? I will take your name is equal to Ravi. Aman. Then yeah. We can say Rahul. Okay, given another also. Okay. Then I will make upper list and write here like any name or that you will get a method of string like if you know upper method basically it like uppercase the string. Okay, then you will write here for name in names. Okay, so then if I print here print upper, then you can see that we are got all our output in like uppercase. Okay, so okay, same we are doing a same loop we are using, but we are comprehending it like using it in a shorter way. Okay, we can also do this here. Okay, so now let's take some more examples so you can get more familiar with this like syntax. So here now we are have a task to like now double a number. So we'll take a numbers list and we will like write 5 comma 10 comma 15 comma okay, or this only. Then we will take our result and write here num multiply by 2 or okay, rent. So just clear this and run this and you can see that our fourth number has been doubled. So like this we can like using here our list comprehension. Okay, we can also use here multiple conditions. Okay, like if here I want to like I have a list and here like there are one, two, three. We can also like provide here like any condition here also. Here we are just like providing the operation, doing the operation. But here we can provide a condition so that we can write here even num and I will write here like nums or like on the nums or num and not numbers or list number. Then what if I do if only when if num multiply by it is like I told you now one line if else like this we have to do like that if num is percentage by 2 equal to 0. Okay, If this condition is true, then only you have to like give the num here. So if I write here print even okay, so there we can say 2468 is zero. First two and four these are like the number. Now for the odd numbers, same you have to do. You have to just is you have to write a not equal to. Now we can also like provide a basic string example also like if I write here words and write here any four words and like apple, mango, yes, dogs. Okay, then I will write here like right here young birds. Oh, right here but for in if the length of the word is smaller equal to or there should be like or I can write here the word should be greater than 4. Okay. Then I will write a print then I will say apple and mango are the word one which of with of these words like whose length is like greater than 4 here. Okay. So these are the basic examples. I think you are now just get familiar with the syntax. So now what's the difference between this using the traditional loop and like using this comprehension method? So you can say that like these are the very complex, difficult to understand. So we should use the list with the loop one method. You can use the loop one method. But let's discuss some of the like difference between these methods. So you can use either one of them. So the basic advantage of using list comprehension that they are like very small to write, like very little bit of code we have to write here. Whereas loop is very large, we have to like more lines of code compared to the list comprehension. In use, we use append to put values into a new list. Here, we do not use append. We are directly doing it. However, traditional loop is easy for beginners, where it is not. Okay, so you can use it for filtering data, squaring numbers, converting to a simple solution. You can use it. Okay, so these are the like basic things people use this list comprehension. Very short topic. You can either use it or not. It is totally depends on you, but it is like very clean to it. Okay. So for the beginner mistakes, I would tell you like what people do like they write wrong order. Okay, like inside the list you have to write if you write this num for num in num, so it is totally wrong here. Okay, so So our second mistake is using append inside comprehension. So it is also wrong. Then people often confuse it with the okay. So now let's come to the practice activity. Okay. So here I will write the questions, or we will try to write the code of some of the tasks that were given by, or I will write a program and you have to like read the output here. Okay. So our first task is to like create a list from like if we have a list like this, then like any like 5, 10, 20, 40, 80. Okay. So if we have to make a list in which the number should be greater than 50 only. Okay. So what we will do, we will write here like grade 50 is that at the beginning. Okay, and we will write here num for we will write if num is greater than 50. Then what we will write, we will print nums. Okay, like this we can do here. Simple question, not like okay. Now I will write a question in which you have to multiply all the numbers on the list and by 5. So what we will do first, we will create a list like I have created nums list and right here 9, 3, 9, 7, 1. Okay. And my task is to multiply all these numbers by 5. So I will write here so is equal to num. Firstly, I will let the operating number to the 5 for num in nums. Okay. Then what I will do, I will print nums 5. I will write it this way or number. So simple code it there. If you find it easy, you can definitely try it out. Otherwise, for that addition method, you also use for loops here, okay? And because it is a beginner friendly method, okay? So let's conclude its like real world application. So basically it is used for the data analysis, machine learning, web development, automation, script, skill development like this. Okay? So let's ask you one question like what are the advantages of list comprehension? The simple answer is that less code, better readability for simple operations, often faster than writing a manual loop with append. Okay? Makes Python code more concise and expressive. Okay. So let's take a quick recap of what are the list completion is. So in short, I can tell you that it is a short way of creating list from existing iterable. Here is the like tradition method we use, and here is the you can say the list completion method. The list comprehension method what we try. In this comment, like you say the amount of code here, we have large amount of code, very short code is there. Okay? Only 3 lines of code. Okay, then we have written some of the like examples of this. Okay, list comprehension. I hope you understand the syntax. Not that hard syntax used in this. Okay. Then here we have discussed some of the bigger mistakes people do here, okay? Like writing the wrong order, using a pencil to writing confusing with the loop, okay? Also, we done our two questions of practice activity, so you can like understand the flaws or like mistakes people do, okay? So now we have learned almost everything about part English from creating them to processing them efficiently. But we have left one topic which was the nested list topic. So let's learn quickly what is the nested list and how they are made here. Okay. So before that, like let's understand what does nested list means. Okay. Okay. So so a list containing two, like one or so more element a list. So it is a nested list. For example, like you can say if there are three total students and like if you want to like consider like you have rows in your classrooms, okay? So consider the whole classroom as a one big list and the rows are the elements of the list inside that classroom, okay? So we call it the nested list. Like if I write here a list colors and I write here red, just red. Here I have clear a list and here I have write red, then green. Okay, then I make another list and write here green, blue, and white. Okay. So here we have made actually two lists inside one list. So this whole list colors is a nested list here. Okay. So let's made a nested list in code written. So what will I do? I will like equal to for the better readability. I will use this and I will use numbers like 2, 3. Also put comma, 3, 4, 5. So these are the list of nested list you can say here, okay? Where the nest is a bigger and these three are the small list inside it, okay? So we can make a nested list. So now you want to like understand how we can like access the elements like if I made a normal list here like list one and like 1, 2, 3. So if I want to insert access 5 here, so I simply write print list one and I will write here the index which is 2 here and run this. So you can see that I got 5. But what about this list? Okay, so we will like write here like this. First we will print here Then we will check on which row it is in the file. So we can see the file is in the second row. First we will write nest, the list name which is nest list, and then I will write here five, not five, the index of that uh, list. Like this is the element. List is acting as element of where we will take here 0, 1. So I will write here 1. And then we'll write the index of the file in this list. So in this list, the index of file is 0, 1, 2. So I will write here 2. So if I print this, you can say we got file 0. So like this, we access list in this nested list. So now that I'm taking, okay, you got our example also, the nested list. Okay. Now, like if I take another example of the, like in case of this, if we take the colors name like red, uh, green, blue. Okay. So if I want to like get the green color, so what will I write here? I will write here the index which is between 0 here. Here write the green between 1 year. So if I do that, you get a green. So like this, you can get your. So like this, we can work with a list. So let's understand how we can modify this list here. So I take a list of like students, okay, and I write here two rows of the students, like Aman, Rahul, Neha, Rena, and you can take, okay. Now what will I do? Firstly, that's like you can say that if I want to like re-enter this movie list, like if I write here in place of Mohit, if I want to write it right in Rohit. So what will I do? I will just simply like students. Firstly, I told you that the list is immutable, so we can change it. I will access this element which is on the first index. The list is so, and then the Mohit is also at first. Then I will write here Rohit. That I will print students. And see if this the Mohit is also here, like that. If you want to like print these line by line, so you can also use loops like this, try that also. Want to write that for for you can say student. So we have to use when I write here for ST in students. Let print student ST. Here we will it by. Okay. So should we run this? Clear this. Let's run this. Let's say Aman Raval Neha Priya. All I write that. When I will enable this, the Mohit can prove. Mohit is but this we can print this value. I think you already know this. Now we will learn how to transfer this list. Just I told you just now. Let's to try. Like if I take another list, students same those who don't understand. Like if I write here Aman, Rahul, and I want to write here. So let's do it with the you can say with the length range function. Okay. This time we'll try the range function. Okay. So what are the we will get first of all write for I in range, let your length of students, let your for j in range, and here I will use the any condition as length of I because I is also list here. And I will write here print. What will I print? I will print here the mm, contents. So I will print here j or I, which is our list, and the contents of j here. Okay. So let's try it. I in range of and for j in range is the particular area. Okay. So let's sum this. Okay, some okay, I have not put on comma here in the list. Okay. You will figure out to put comma in the list. Okay. Like this. Length what I type of object in type no length. Okay, let's just remove this line. Okay, my way. Actually, I have to write here. So let's say if I try to print the one list, uh, just remove this. If I try some mistake I've gotten to try to write here. Print I then print 0 1 because there are two elements. What if I write here students? Okay, print the both list. Okay, definitely. So I will write it for little mistake I got for then for I in J J I, which would be the say the list number. Okay. Then what will I do? I'm doing something wrong. Just simply write here. Or J I or students. Or okay. And then I will write here J. Okay. See all are printed here. No problem. The problem is not when I using range here. Okay. So you can simply use range also, but what we do is just put in here range and range something students, right? Okay. Then what we'll have to do when I have to print here, say students, and I'm write here I, which is the list here. Okay. So let's clear this. We all got this. Right here. And also the problem was here was not writing the length. I'm just writing the length of I only, not the length of student file. Okay. So I can say these are both ways of transversing the list. This and this also. However, you will found this easy, but you can like do multiple things in this. Okay. Here you can see it is also saying it student will list this list. So that's why we can transfer list also. So let's talk about some of the applications of this mystery list. So basically, they are using everywhere student mass, roll number, anything. Okay. Every Excel sheet which we are using to each processing different setting. Okay. So now let's also I'm here forgetting this one. Okay. That's why it was getting because the length function only work with the any iterable. If I write here only, it will be considered as number. Okay. And it will not work for that. Okay. Now let's run that again. See our order. So let us comment this out and what should we like copy this and paste it here. Basically, the base of practice. Now, how much you practice will get through. Okay? So let's talk about the mistakes here people do. The first mistake is like forgetting the second index. Okay, we will add the second bracket. Second mistake people do here like using wrong order. Then the third mistake people do here is like accessing out of range index. So let us do a mini practice activity and we'll tell you the task of it. So firstly, I'm taking a matrix named 2D matrix, or you can say nested list. 7 like at 1 comma 2 and right here 3 comma 4. So Our task is to like print this three. So how can you do that? So we can do it by writing three print and writing in the name of the list, that is matrix, and firstly we'll write the index of the list, which is three, that is one, and here we will write the index of the three, which will be zero here, and print this simple. We got a three output. Simple is that. Okay. Let's come to the second question, which would be like the same metric, but our task is to like here we have to change 2 to 20. So I will write here like firstly I will access that element of that matrix 0 and the 2 is at 1 less, and I will write the value is 20. After that I will check while print matrix whether it is being changed or not. Okay. And say the value with 2 is changed by 20. Okay. You can do by this also. Then our task is to print every element. Okay. So what will we do here? So we will do it like we using for loop. I will use this initial for you. Okay. So I will add a for num in matrix or matrix. Okay. Add a for nums. Add a print nums and add the same and same second now nums. Okay. So please let's be great. That's how we can print out number here. Okay. Now, yeah, someone asks you what is a nested list, so you can simply say that a nested list and list whose elements are themselves list. Okay, it's commonly used to run two-dimensional data such as tables, matrices, and spreadsheets. Okay, so now you know how to store and work with two-dimensional data using nested lists. So you can almost clear almost complete everything about the Python list. So now we will do some of the practice questions here. Okay, so that you get familiar how to work with the list also. Okay, so for the practice questions, let directly start or firstly get do some of the theory questions like if someone asks what is a list, when I say a list is an ordered multiple collection that can store multiple values. It is the ordered multi-mutable collection. Focus on these words. So here you can say 0 represents the first element and -1 represents the last element. You already know. Yes, and we have talked about from the methods also. If you know, you know. Okay. Then which method removes element by index? You can say that pop method. Okay. Which element returns the total number of elements? You can say length method. This is the largest number max. Okay. Like this. You have learned many functions here. Okay. Then we have done the list combinations. Like someone asked it, what is it? So you just sort an elegant way to write it on your list. Okay. Without using loops. Then for a nested list, you already know a list inside a list is called a nested list. Okay. So let's come to our first program. So the this program, so what we have to do? Like here you have given a nums list and the values is stored in 10, 20, 30, comma 40, comma. Then you have to like get the sum of all these numbers. Okay? So sum of all these elements in this list. So what will I do? I will make these numbers. Okay. So for that I will firstly copy this list. So this and this. Then what will you use? You can use for loop for enums. Okay. Total is equal to total plus अगर यहाँ पर also zero and print total. So say that R will 1, 10, 20, 30, 50, 40, 100. Like this, you can do it. Now, for the second one, what is the task? For the second one, what we have to do that the nums list is given to us. So, and we have to store only the even numbers from this list. Okay, just copy this. Okay. What we will do is we can also use list comprehension. So let's do with the list comprehension so that you will revise that also. So num and for each equal num modulus equal to zero different this that the two for six zero. So by that you can this there can be very method to do it. Okay? You can prefer what. So here we have given our list name as marks and we have to find here SLR 55 this what do we have to find the maximum and minimum marks here. What will I do? This different will add maximum here maximum marks. Okay. Marks are all then or I should so that then I will add here main function and right here. Okay. First I set this one to be this just run this we get the maximum of the city side. So, very cool. So for the first question, fourth, we give up languages and what we have to do, like Python, C, Java, C hash. What we have to do? We have to like reverse this list. Just copy this here. So for the reverse, you can simply use lang dot reverse function. Here is basically about the JavaScript. So for your doubt, what if we can write here sort? This will sort arrange the order and ascending order. So let's learn how to arrange this. So here you can see that C, CH, Java, and Python. So it arranges as with the ASCII value like C, C, Java, Python, and we write here reverse is equal to Python, Java, C. So for it, route and the for the version it will be displayed. So for our next question, we have to print related to the master list here with marks. What we have to do here, we have to get the marks stored at the those colors. So what we have to find the 85. We print the 85 value in this list. Okay. So for that, last for that, so print the 85 value, we will write here first name and the list names. Then the index of the list will be 85, which is one. There, the 85 is completed. Okay. Like that, we can print 85. So let's do a mini assignment. We can say that in that we have given students database, small database videos, okay, like Rahul, Aman, and okay. Now what I have to do? I have taken the marks and marks is 85, 90, and 78. So I have to print these both things together. Okay. So what will I do? I will take 4 I in I in range. Use length here and of students. Okay. Then what can I do here? I will write here print and I will write here selected database there. Okay. So I will write here in the format like firstly I will write here this let's write it in the book. And, here I will write the names of the students. The students. I will write this symbol. I will okay. I can print this. I think I clear this. You can say that these are the marks, but not the symbols are not at the correct place. We will write here. Save. Will also put a space here so that we say that student marks. So some questions like if someone asks you like why Python using this indexing. So it basically matches how memory works internally and keeps indexing track. Okay. So these are the basic questions. Now I will try to give some of the questions with an assignments for your home. Like for the heavy review to create a list of 5 favorite movies, then print first and movie. Then add a new for the fourth, remove the basic operations. One, then what you can do for the next, you can like find largest, calculate average, take any list of average marks and calculate average marks. Then third here is count the appearance of, I told you how to do it. Then reverse the list. And somewhat hardware say that create a list of 5 students and subjects and the schedules. Then highest print the highest uh, comprehension that is only passing on to the balance list comprehension. These basic 12 questions, these are easy ones. They are basic mastered. You can do at your home or to the each lecture. So if you have understand the lecture, like this is one of the mostly used criticism in your faculty. So let's just take a quick revision of the whole lecture. Okay. So basically, in this lecture, we started from our lecture 8. Like, we started with the question of like, what is list? So it basically a mutable and ordered relation just to write down. Then we understand the syntax how to write list. Okay. How can I store multiple data types? We have done on the task here. Okay. Then we have taken all the methods of creating a list. Okay. By this list keyword. Okay. These are the mistakes some people do without expert. Yeah. Okay. Then we understand how to access elements in a list. We have also learned a context of index. Okay. The index error also. How index are calculated, negative indexing also we will cover. And we have learned how to modify list, okay, by updating an element here. Okay. Then we have learned some of the methods here like append method, insert method, extend method, modify list. Okay. We have learned this. No need to extract this. Then some removing methods like remove, pop, delete, clear, order difference between them. We've all learned this. Okay. Then some of the maximum functions like your like sort function. Okay. Sort was a true reverse found content value here. Okay. This like question on you can use this hint. Okay. Then index function and index of a particular element. Okay. Copy function, length function, make function. Okay. I've also created some REST table so that you can understand this. So now we learn how to transfer a list. Transfer the list using for loop with range and while loop. Okay. Then we learn what are list comprehension. Okay. So I'm just recapping it in a fast way. So just recap. The nested list we also learned to that contain one or more elements in the list. Okay. And some mistakes before we also learn how we can like transfer some nested list also we have learned. Okay. Then this some practice programs we have done also. Okay. I have given you some of these assignments. Okay. So please remember to do these assignments also. Okay. So I think that's for today's lecture. In the next lecture, we will learn about the tuple. So I have staged this lecture a bit long so you can understand this better because the Topal sets are like collections of like lists also. If you understand this better, you will definitely understand in one go with tuples and sets. Okay, so now next step we will learn about tuple and that's all for today. I want to say that please practice this question of room. Don't stuck in this tutorial hell. Don't only watch videos, practice the questions, okay? Otherwise, you will find it hard to work with list. So, take some time on practice the homework, experiment the examples, next read up from watching. Okay? Till then,